All right. How's it going today, everyone? Welcome. Sorry I missed you all yesterday. I fell asleep on the couch, as I did tonight too. But I woke up much later. But yeah. So anyways, we're here. We're gonna work on some Pidgin 2 stuff, try to get some stuff cleaned up. Just because there's a lot of stupid legacy stuff getting in the way for people. It's just easier if we fix this up and actually finish the 2.15 release. So we're gonna finish it tonight? No. But this is all stuff that can go into it, which we need to actually figure out a plan for this. And I'm thinking the end of having 2.15 released by the end of the month is probably a good goal, but we'll see. But anyways, how's it going, Small Knight? Welcome. How are you? So, like, it's cool that you're trying out other languages and stuff, but I don't know why you're, like, throwing one off for another one, but whatever, you know, whatever works for you. Like, they're tools, man. Like, you don't need to be an absolutist about them. But, whatever. Not my business. Alright, so I got a stupid silly pull request here that just disables glib deprecations. Deprecation warnings. And this is just so we can try to find anything else weird and crazy in the build. The problem is this, like you can see there's just a million deprecation warnings and other stuff here. Like, I don't know. Well, let's look at menu tray. What was the thing in menu tray? Yeah, the cast function type thing is all over the damn place. Oh, that should be relatively straightforward to fix, but yeah. Oh, Zig has a strict no AI policy for pull request? Okay, yeah, sure. Oh. Seems the tooling is finally batteries included. Someone would go, but it's explicitly memory managed. Okay, sure. But my point was more about, like, their tools. Sure. Like I said, it's also none of my fucking business. I'm gonna use something, go right ahead. Who's clowning Python? I think clowning tools is stupid because it's a tool. Man, look at that hammer you got over there. Yeah. What a piece of crap. Can't even screw a screw in, stupid hammer. That's how Node was born. Okay. Wrong code. Alright, so I did this pull request to remove network manager, and then QLogic quickly pointed out that, yeah. It's not deprecated. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Because it's not deprecated, but he did mention that we could make it depend on Network Manager 1.0. Oh, we gotta finish the Zulip shit. I'm sorry, I've just been exhausted too. So I started the new contract, and I went from, well, I'm now working 3 times as many hours as I was, and it has been kicking my butt. And after a week, I'm just like, ugh. All right, so I was doing 10-ish or just under 10 hours, and this week I did 30. Plus everything else going on, which is why I'm passing on the port. I mean, it's all remote right now. But yeah, it's just a handful of people. It's always going to be remote, but it's just a handful of people. So, it's fine. It's all just been get up to speed, learn all the things. Kind of stuff. So yeah. Contract's 40 hours, but I've generally not that much. Yeah, the only reason I want to be 20 or less is so that I have more time to work on Pidgin, right? Because I got Pidgin, I got a house to manage. You know, that includes cleaning, making meals. We're also in the spring now, so I'm trying to get my garden going. Today I just mowed my neighbor's lawn for my elderly neighbor. I'm doing no mow May, which is a thing we do here where you don't mow the lawn so that pollinators and other insects and stuff can get more established before you can get more food sources before you take them all away by killing all the dandelions and shit. But so I did my neighbor's lawn today. But yeah, yeah. How the hell do I say your name? Actions base? Something like that. I don't know. 40-hour work does suck the joy out of personal programming projects. Yeah, exactly. Right. And I also try to keep all my contract work as DevOps or minimal programming. So when I actually can work on Pidgin and stuff, I'm not burnt out on programming. So it's a interesting balance to do. Just base is fine. Cool. Like, even though my nationality, no, whatever. What is that word? Well, I'm like 75% German, but no ties to actual Germany anymore. So, or even the language. So. You're hired as one thing, but you've become a unicorn. Since you're a contractor, you're the yes man for the client. Yeah, I know how that goes. It happens. All right, how do I want to try to revert this? I can't. Oh, I can pdiff and then reapply from there. Let's do that. That's probably the easiest way. Family constellation results at 70. I mean, it's a full German person and somebody that was half Polish, or half German, quarter Polish, quarter French. That was my parents. Like, it's not hard. Yeah, and it's pronounced lick, not lich, as many people. Apparently, lich is like more Slavic, and I have met cram liches or licks. Yeah, liches, but yeah. So the other question here is, how much of the shit do we actually need of the debug stuff? Because I was hoping to, well, maybe I just killed our debug API. All right, well, let's just do this. Okay, we just reverted the whole thing. So if we do this, there's a whole bunch of stuff here looking for network manager versions. If not defined, network manager check version, I'm pretty sure we should have that in the newer ones. Tausend? Like, my problem was I didn't know where the words go, where the breaks are, so I'm looking at it like, It's very clear I do not know German. In high school, I took Spanish. What? Oh. Song by German electronic music band, super sure called Achthausen Mark. Like to back to, okay. What was the name of the thing I deleted? Oh, I'm not going to see it here. NM check version. What? Oh, a pain in the ass. Okay, this goes away. That goes away. Okay. So Electric Cowboy, huh? There's a bunch of psychobilly bands I listen to that are German. Probably the most German one I'm aware of is called The Other. Who doesn't like Rammstein? Ooh. I fucking hate this when this phone doesn't want to do this shit. Like, it doesn't respond to a swipe up. Oh. Huh. Alright. Doesn't compile. Good old Auto Tools. And by good old, I'm being facetious. Can't imagine why I want to get rid of warnings. I can't tell what the fuck's going on. Can't stop you because you can't read. 45.75. Good, chat's working. My Pidgin 3 for chat somehow died. I don't know why. I don't really bother looking. Just like, whatever, restart it. Figure it out later. I don't really care about these changes. Just show me the full changes. Oh yeah, I was just gonna mention this too. So one of the other things with the new contract is I'm also trying to move my starting hours up so that since I am now going to be working 5 days a week, like I still need to go out and get shit done during the day. So like I'm trying to make sure that I am starting work at 10 in the morning, which is rough because I used to not even have my first alarm set until 10:30. So it is a pain. Get out of there. You're not supposed to be in there. Please don't spill my water. You're okay, mister. I'm similar sleep schedule. Yeah. It's super. But yeah, that's part of the problem why I keep sleeping or falling asleep at like 7 or 8 o'clock at night too, right when I should be streaming. I'm just wrecked. Currently trying to fix up an old Yahweh. Is that no? Yahweh is a god, not a phone company. Whatever. I can never remember how the fuck to say their name. Currently, I have a 10-year-old phone. Sometimes can't even tell apart actual errors from just being too pedantic with compiler settings. Yeah. Oh, I am just fucking tired right now too. All right. Oh, I guess let's start with the Pearl thing. Let's see if we can make Pearl not as dumb. Did I switched branches? That's a problem. I went to default. That's why I'm like, where the fuck are all these files? Huawei? Yeah, that does sound better. What is this about? Oh, okay. Why are we using CC flags? I don't think that's gonna work, but let's see. Oh, yeah. Like, what? Why is this not working? Yeah, well, let's do this. I'm totally forgetting how to build an auto tools project and how to, like, only do parts of it. Oh, okay, but yeah, this does not work because ISO C99, blah, blah, blah. But if we set that and then do a rebuild on this, it might work. I don't think it's going to, but we'll see. Do this to autogen again. Purple plugins, Pearl, make clean, make. Okay, no. So this has mixed declarations. So doing this as C99 should have worked. Oh. Like, what C standard is modern Perl supposed to be?
You're the C89? How British farmers remembers.
I remember K&R, man. Either way, thank you for the 75 months, Flimbort. Greatly appreciate it. How are you? What line numbers was complaining about? I tried 99. It didn't. Well, let's do this. Oh, it doesn't work. What the hell's a damn flag? Silent rules. Yeah, I'm just trying to turn off all the damn errors or warnings. Like, I don't care if they're there. I mean, it's external, right? I don't give a shit. Make them go away. But it looks like the C standard thing is not being set here, even though I just... I don't know. You watch some series on YouTube of a guy who did an MS-DOS game engine in Turbo C 2.0? It's crazy to think how bare bones even C can get. Yeah, well, I mean... That's fine. No C libs and... Yeah, sure, sure. Why? I turned off the silent rules, man. Is this like redefined somewhere else too? It's very possible. Auto auto tools is that kind of shit. All right, let's try this. Oh, maybe Auto Tools just does that by default now? You only have learned C99. You have no idea the feature C99 are new over C89. The main differences are, some of the big differences you'll notice are struct initializers and you can declare variables in scopes. So like a for loop, you can do for into I, where you can't do that in C89. And then also in 99, you're allowed to declare variables mixed in with statements, as stupid as it is, but you can. Yeah, this is just, what the fuck? Like, those are the big ones. But struct initializers are very, very useful. No, when executing a set of rules. Oh. I want to make v equals 1. Uh-huh. Sure. That definitely looks like it gave me the full compiler flags. Or actually, maybe it did, and I'm not even noticing it. Because we have so many fucking warnings here. No. Yeah, so here, like, if you look at our code base. Yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Why am I like, yay, struct initializers? Here you go. Why am I anti-formatting comments and equal signs and shit? Because of the... Right. This is in all of our protocols, too. Again. Oh, yep, see, look, they tried so hard to get it all lined up, and then it's still fucked up. And why some of them have the less than, I don't know. But, right, and then again... again, they did so good, but then, nope, fucked up. That's why I'm like, just don't bother. Like, use a struct initializer, and then you actually get this for free. Curse number of positional arguments in a function call? Yeah, yeah. Alright, so maybe we have the wrong thing here. What did it say the other part was? AM silent rules. It's annoying how fucking slow this still is, too. Still nothing. Not doing what I wanted to do. I don't think we're using this anywhere. Yeah, that stuff's kind of annoying, but at least like the underscore makes it obvious that you're throwing stuff away too. I said strush. Standard C99 is there. Maybe I need it for the actual targets. Maybe that's just the problem. Just clean generic, install local, all local, common, make Perl. What in the fuck? All right, we make a Perl make file. Do we have a Perl make file in this directory? That might be the problem. Nope, looks like we generated on the fly. Oh no, common makefile.perl. I can't tell you how much time in my career I have spent wasting on fucking Perl. The answer is just way too much. External utils, make maker. How's it going? How are you, Icarus? Welcome, welcome. Mm-hmm. Yep, that person just fucked their shit up. Yep. Well, I don't know how they did, but... Right, because one of their things wasn't defined. But it should have been. What the hell? I guess this wasn't set. I don't know, because I can't see what the fuck our target is. Main gripe with Perl code is that there seems to be no standard way to write it. Yeah, I mean, that's the way a lot of languages are. My issue is so much shit is just fucked in Perl. And I don't mean that to be mean. We went over this the other stream, but a couple streams ago. So when you're embedding Perl, you have to define an interpreter named myPerl because they just use this fucking variable name everywhere. You just don't have a way around it. Right, so this defines pthx, calls thx, which takes a Perl interpreter, and it just takes myPerl. And like you have to name it that to make it work. It's really, really annoying. And it took me a long time to figure that out. And I'm like, I had to read the make files to make it make sense. So I was like, why can't I change this variable name? This is really dumb. And then I read the header files. I said make files. I read the header files and I'm like, oh. Well, shit. Trying to get ZFS on root right? Nice. Yeah, I don't know. ZFS gets broken too much for me to be able to do it on root. And like it's not ZFS fault. I don't know. It's just something weird, right? It's like on my backup NASs. Like for whatever reason, Debian didn't install libzfs something version 7, so the kernel module failed to build. And you're just like, what? And then like, all right, now I got to figure this out, and then go from there, and blah blah blah. Like, just it's stupid and annoying. All right, let's try this. You're glutton for punishment. This is take 2 instead of the usual chuck everything on XFS. Okay. Yeah, that's not the same thing. This is the other problem with Perl is there's tons of stuff on Perl, which is fine, right? It's not a problem. But trying to find the stuff for embedding Perl is a nightmare. I mean, that and AI has destroyed fucking Google search, so... The GCC warning flags, yeah, that has nothing to do with what I'm fucking asking. Introduced over 30,000 new build time warnings, all of compound token split by macro. Okay. Sure. All right, and this actually gets us nowhere. This is the problem I run into Pearl all the time. Is just there, you just don't, you cannot get a good answer. Okay, this is looking better. What the fuck? No, okay, whatever. This is nothing to do with Pearl, though. Wait. Pearl's not even on this fucking page. Thanks, Google. Okay, this looks better. GCC 5, Christ. Yeah, well, I'm not about to start hacking on Curl. So, or on Pearl. Yeah, and that's just stupid shit in their code. What the fuck? All right. What? Oh, you dumbass. Let's try it this way. No, that didn't matter anyway. Well, maybe it will matter. I modified the generated file and the file got regenerated, so it removed my change. As it happens. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on. The other fun part about make is because it gets invoked it's invoking programs all the time, whoever controls Control C is whatever program's running at the time, or can be whatever program's running at the time, which means when you hit Control C, you don't stop the build, you stop the process. So you have to hold Control C so that it'll get the child process and the make process, which is it's more fucking nonsense to deal with. I don't care. This should, yeah, okay. So that still has standard C99. We're dropping the glib C flags too. Oh, this could actually be both of them. It's fuck. All right, hold on. We don't have a separate Finch Pearl thing, do we? I hope we don't. Or I must do makefile.pl.in. We do. Oh no, this only built a, never mind. This is annoying. I wish I could see what the fuck we were compiling with. To see if any of this makes a difference. I probably is going to default to true. Like, when people are like, hey, you should update Pidgin 2, and I'm like, no, this is why. So, I mean, Icarus, if you're a glutton for punishment, you want to figure this out? So, Pidgin should be C99. And this got changed a long time ago because the Finch wanted to use struct initializers. This is why I don't understand why we're seeing these errors. Or not errors, these warnings. I mean, this is what happens when you work on a 28-year-old code base. Shit just happens. We use Pearl and Anger. I don't even know how you specify the C-spec in here. We did it a long time ago. A long, long time ago. I was like, hey, do we want to do this just for struct initializers? Or are we going to go do cleanup and shit? It's just first time when you were like 14 or so. Yeah, it happens. That's not here. Right, but like, I don't know. Finch or G&T account or something. Something that's an actual widget should have a struct initial. I don't remember this code at all. It's part of the other problem. Okay, this is not using struct initializers, but that's for UI ops and Pidgin. But yeah, it's what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Where's Perl C flags actually used? Is it used? I mean, it should be. There's a whole bunch of shit in here that we probably need. Okay, Perl make file, definitely. Yeah, see, but unless it is this part, it could be. Alright, well, let's try this. We'll try to hack this in here. Is that the right syntax? God, it's been so long. No. Let's make file syntax. That, well, maybe we'll do it. What was all that bullshit? Is that old or new? I don't know. Okay, that seems fine. Okay, so that did end up in there. But it doesn't make a fucking difference. Oh. Fucking hate auto tools and Perl so damn much. Alright. We're just damned to deal with it. Like, the easiest way is to just remove, or just disable Perl and we'll go from there. What was the comment on this? Something about there's some additional check in here we don't really need. Livenim is the 1.0 network matchup, so I think you can just drop the whole check. Okay, so this is a double check thing, I think. I don't know. I didn't look at it that closely. Right, okay. So this is the if it's found, we do all this. Otherwise, we fall through and do this. But we want to... Right, so this should be greater than or equal to 1.0.0. This should get changed to say, fuck, I don't, enable nm equals no. Right, just give me this. That's for the error. Okay. We use Mason for everything right now. For anything new, it goes into Mason. You will not regret moving to Mason. Mason is much, much, much better. DeGramic, thank you for the 14 months. Greatly, greatly appreciated. How are you? Oh, shit. Sending ground. Sorry, I didn't even see you rated. Oh, no, that was 3 days ago. Never mind. That's why I didn't see the raid, because it was 3 days ago. I was like, what the hell? How the hell did I miss a raid? And that would be why. Again, I am tired. And I woke up from the couch about an hour and a half ago. And the stream's been going for an hour and 3 minutes. So, yeah. Use CMake a lot because it was preferred solution for QT. Yeah, but CMake sucks. Like KDE and QT, whatever, they put a ton of time into CMake, and like out of all that time, they never even built a Git text module. So like at one, I don't even know how long ago, but I was trying to move all the Pidgin stuff, or all my stuff, my personal stuff, to CMake, and I just had to keep writing all sorts of modules and shit for CMake, and it got ridiculous. But then when Mason got popular, we adopted it pretty early in like the 0.40 era, somewhere around there. At first we moved gplug into it and it was like, yeah, we're just gonna use this everywhere. And then we moved everything to it because Mason just works much better. And Mason supports C, C++, Python, Rust. I think there's even some Java shit in there. There's all sorts of stuff. And it makes everything so much easier. And it's really, really, really batteries included. Just woke up and trying to find the motivation to start the day. Yeah, I know that feeling. Except for me, it was to actually go and stream. Actually, I gotta turn on a fan. It's too hot under these lights. Get some air moving. Oh, we got a hype train? Okay. And the other thing, like, I think KDE ran into this too. With CMake was like, your closing end if statements and else's and stuff used to have the same conditionals as what it opened with because it couldn't track them. It tracked them by like the whole text of it. And it was really annoying and really a pain in the ass. And like my number one gripe, I think they finally fixed it, was the find program macro didn't have a required attribute. So every time you wanted to find a program, you had to specify a fatal warning if it wasn't found, instead of them just adding a fucking Boolean for it. It's just like, What are we even doing at this point, right? Oh, I was gonna do this. Yeah, so like I wrote CMake modules for get text, for G-object introspection, getting variables out of package config files, you name it. And I just, it's like, why am I doing all this extra bullshit for something that should be built into the build system? Never thought of CMake to be this verbose. This isn't CMake though, but oh, you're saying okay, yeah. It just like Mason requirement to 0.52. Version feature Mason. Oh, that's sub project fixed. That was 2019. Pump the Mason version to 0.42. This is when we're still using HG flow. But this is from me. QLogic did all the Mason work. So okay, so 4, 5, 5, what? Oh, no. So this should be the last version with CMake in it. I think this deleted it. Yay! Oh, yep. So find libtcc.cmake. Yep. See, your if statements, your end ifs had to match. Same deal. And your else's got confusing because of that too, because your else's had to have the same thing. Right. Set TCC font to the, or no, so. Oh, that's looking for that. It's not doing find program. Right, but like this is just fucking ridiculous. Whereas in like in Mason, it's literally DCC equals dependency TC or libtcc, and you're done. And if it's not found, it's fatal by default. You're just like, oh, okay, cool, right? Here's get text. Find program, brew, execute process, blah blah blah. Apparently, I didn't handle the thing. Oh, I was supposed to say keg only, not key only. Whatever. Yeah, they've since fixed it, but like this is a long ass time ago. Oh yeah, so find program, execute text executable, execute text. If not execute text executable, message fatal error failed to find message execute text, blah blah blah. Find program, message for if not blah blah blah, because I couldn't fucking say required. You can now, but that was added in like CMake 3.7 or something, and this was all like 3.0. And it just, ugh. Or this might even be CMake 2, I don't even remember. Right, but there's just so much, like, look at this is... Like, how do you not have support for CMake? How do you have a tool called CMake and it doesn't have support for the fucking default... Not default, but you know, the most widely used translation system. Package config variable at CMake, yep. So, you give the module name, the variable name, and then your output variable. I don't remember what that does. It sets output to empty, I guess. Execute command, package config executable, -s variable equals variable, and then the module. And then output variable goes into output, and we strip trailing white space. And we set output variable to our variable, and yeah, because this wasn't built in. So like in Pidgin and stuff, in our package config file, we drop a variable of where plugins can get installed to, or where they should get installed to by default. You couldn't do that in CMake, so I had to write it. G-object introspection. 233 lines of CMake to easily build the commands for G-object introspection. It's just, this is why I was like, fuck CMake. Again and again. Because just, like... Okay, overall it's only 407 lines of CMake apparently, but still. Bleh. In Mason, it's none. Yep, and we had to put this in here because this didn't exist in other places. Yeah, anyway, so what is the version of this? So, this is 2017 when we moved to Mason, which is almost 10 years ago. And yeah, never going back to CMake, never going back to Auto Tools. The main reason we haven't converted this is it's not worth the hassle. I mean, even if they're doing regex parsing, there's still no excuse for that. Because, like, you should parse out the keywords and then look at parameters. Right? And then you should have a stack for your control flow. No, I do not touch any fucking AI anything, and I do not even welcome comments like that, because just fuck AI. Seriously. Fish shell ported from C++ to Rust escape Steam. No, I mean, they could have done other things like that. They didn't succeed escape at CMake? I don't know how, but okay. I'm on the wrong fucking tree again. We're in an ad right now, but it's not a matter of offense. It's a matter of fuck AI. Which I will repeat. Again, ad nauseum. Apparently until the day I fucking die. In other words, it's because Cargo is pretty good at building things, but not very good at installing them. But why use CMake? CMake's not any better at that. I mean, maybe a little bit, but... Like, go to Mason, where they actually have Rust support now. And they can do cargo builds and shit. And get the fuck away from CMake. Ugh. X1000. The thing is, AI is just garbage, and the people, like, so many people are like, oh, you need to use AI, you need to use AI, you're gonna be left behind. Leave me the fuck behind and shut the fuck up about AI. I don't fucking care. It is garbage. It does not help me. All it does is waste my fucking time. So even, you know, offhand sarcastic comments, they're all just fucking waste of time. It's all garbage. It's not worth any of the effort of any of it. Do you see make to create Debian packages? Those packages are never ever going to make it into Debian proper, which, you know, if that's not your goal, sure, whatever, right? But they're gross and don't use them. The use case is because they have about 1,200 fish scraps, a bunch of documentation, etc. aside from the application. Yeah, sure. But like, it's like, this is what Auto Tools uses to install shit. There's a command called install. Yep. It's in core utils. You give it a file mode, a source, and a destination, and it'll put it there. Yeah, you know, that's a fine thing. Like, if you're just trying to, like, get a deb out somewhere, cool, whatever, right? If you're trying to get into Debian proper, do not use CPAC. CPAC will never get in. A CPAC Debian package or an RPM will never be accepted into Debian or Fedora. Like, it'll work, but yeah. They made the decision to keep it because they already had all their CMake stuff for it and didn't want to rejig it. I guess, but then, I mean, their whole argument of leaving C++ for Rust is just they just wanted to move to Rust because it's the hip, popular thing to do. I don't know. I can't hit the right fucking key there. Not sure what the fuck is going on here. Oh, no, I'm in resize. All right, cool. There was something else I was going to try to clean up in here. I wanted to get rid of the dbus API, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be an option. Or the dbus dependency, but Network Manager needs that directly too. They also dropped curses support entirely, which is interesting. They're probably using some Rust alternative now. That would be my guess. Because Rust is so good, quote unquote. I tried clearing this stuff earlier and I couldn't. I don't like the ignore warning stuff isn't working for it. I don't know why. $45.76. We should really go get the Zulib thing finished. Too. Like, I don't know if you all saw, but apparently Ubuntu did a security audit on the Rust core utils, and they are moving back to the GNU ones because there was 113 issues found and 44 of them, security issues, and 44 of them already had CVEs issued for them. Because Rust, so much more secure, yay. Now, to be fair, these were not memory errors, right? So the Rust stuff fixed the memory errors. But, you know, whenever you rewrite something from scratch, you have to be very careful to not throw away all the years of battle-tested code and bug fixes that have been made in it. And that's what happened with the Rust core utils is there's tons and tons and tons of time of creation, time of use, or something like that, time of looking, whatever. There's all these silly race conditions and shit like that, and yeah. Place code that has been vetted for 40 years is... Huh? No, the point is the core utils code was constantly vetted for 40 years, and bugs were fixed in it all the time, and they replaced it with brand new code that didn't follow and, you know, fix all the bugs that that code did. All right, cool. I was like, yeah. That was on Pharonics. There. Turned up 44 CVEs and 113 issues in total, blah, blah, blah. There's more. I always forget what this acronym stands for. It's time of use. I guess it's time of creation or time of something. There's a blog post. I didn't think it was discourse, but maybe. No, there's a different... Maybe it was this one? No, it definitely wasn't here. I don't know, but whatever. There's breakdowns of it, and it's just, it's ridiculous. So a week or so ago, someone DDoS... Yeah, and then they lost access to their Twitter account, too, which, like, why the fuck are you still on Twitter? But whatever. Rust technology is a nice idea, but the rustations make it somewhat unbearable. It's not even just the rustations. It's the Rust evangelism, or Rust evangelist, strike force, who have been in here on this channel multiple times, driving me fucking nuts because of their fucking own issues. Yeah, it's like here's the thing I like to point out to people, because they don't seem to know this one at all, but sure, we'll go here. So software developer Graydon Hoare created Rust in 2006 while working at Mozilla. Is he actually not linked here? So he stepped down from Rust in 2013. Where is the part in here for this? Oh. Huh. All right, well. So, anyways, guess what he works on now? Oh, no, this is on GitHub. So he stopped working on this, and now he works at Apple and works on Swift. But he also worked on Monotone, which is a version control tool we used to use in Pidgin as well. But yeah, like he, like, you know, stopped working on the language for whatever reasons, and now he goes and works on a different language, which is pretty hilarious. So, and them asshats are like, oh, you're doing the world a disservice by writing C code. I'm just like, well, the guy that created your bullshit doesn't even work on the language anymore. Or left the language to go work on a different language. So, maybe you should shut the fuck up. And of course they don't. They double down because that's the type of people they are. Is it? I don't know. I've never used it. I've got no comments. I've got no issues with it, right? Because Swift evangelists aren't dickheads. So, like, I have, like, the thing about Rust is I don't really have an opinion on Rust. I haven't done enough Rust to have a real opinion. I can tell you that by looking at the code, I think it's kind of messy, but that's a, you know, that's just a topical look at it. But like, I haven't even done that with Swift. So, you know, whatever. But I can tell you I will never, ever, ever, ever touch any Rust on stream ever again because, God, that was the longest 2-hour stream. Actually, maybe it's 3 that I was ever a fucking part of. We were trying to build an example Rust plugin and have gplugin load it. And for fuck's sake, everybody knew how to make shit work, but nobody actually knew shit. But everybody was trying to tell me what I was doing wrong when they wouldn't listen. It was bad. Well, you can't do that. This is going to leak memory. Yeah, I'm trying to give ownership of the memory to the C runtime, motherfucker. Shut up. For hours. That's what went on. It took that long to get to this point. And like, what the fuck is this? Like, both those star mutes are required. It's just like... Okay, yeah, and this did get cleaned up with help from somebody off stream. But it's just, oh my god. Even an exposure to Swift, I have an opinion on that. If you put your hands on a cheap Apple, I mean, Swift is in Debian now too, I think. Oh no, that's a object store, Swift Lang. There you go. It's at least in Debian. Doesn't need to be just on Mac. Swift.org. Similar to a Rust story, creator of Swift, Chris Latner, left Apple and stopped working on Swift. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too, right? Like, working on projects for a really long time can be, I don't want to say boring, but I don't want to say demoralizing, right? But like, you get bored with it. So, you know, whatever. Like, it doesn't happen to me in Pidgin because there's too much shit to do in Pidgin, too many different disciplines. I get tired of something, I just move on to something else within the same code base. Can in fact build an Android application using the Swift SDK right now without having an Apple device? Yeah, and like, you can build a Swift application on Linux. I just showed you that the compiler's all here in Debian. It's even in stable. It's in Trixie. Okay, gotcha. But like, I don't know why you said you need an Apple device. Or like, that part seems superfluous. You said you can build an Android application using the Swift SDK right now without having an Apple device. Well, if you have the Swift compiler and all of the SDKs on Linux, which I literally just showed, what's the point of mentioning that you don't need an Apple device? But whatever. You shouldn't even necessarily need an Apple device to do signing. It just depends on the signing tool and shit. The the bigger problem with HSMs and shit is they're like all the other nonsense. I'm not sure I can actually make my HSM work on Linux right. Like you might be able to, but like on Windows, like the software for it automatically just injects the cert into the system cert store. But if an RDP session, I don't know if ENC works, but if an RDP session is detected, it disables it. So you can't actually sign anything with it. And yeah, I didn't spend the time trying to figure out how to make it work on Linux. But just because I didn't spend the time doesn't mean you can't do it. Oh, I'd be very surprised if you need it, right? So like, even for Windows, you don't need the Microsoft signing tool to sign. You need a signing tool, but a lot of it is can be done with like OpenSSL and stuff too, if you know the magic incantations to make it work. But you have to learn the incantations. Right, that's where there's this OpenSSL sign tool. That's not how you spell it. Great, sure. OSSL sign code. Right, that's where there's this thing, which this just does a whole bunch of shit for OpenSSL, right? So it depends on SSL and I guess zlib as well. And that just makes it work, right? That's it. That's all it needs to do. And this is how we were signing the Pidgin Windows binaries for a while. We were doing it on Windows because that's where I had the cert and everything. Why did I get an error on my chat message in YouTube? Weird. But yeah, like there's a whole bunch of, oh great, it's even, wait. Is it CMake or I thought I saw Auto Tools too, but okay, it looks like it's just CMake. But yeah, there's not a whole lot to it. Oh, it's CMake because it's using VC package, because of course it is. But yeah, it mostly just, you know, depends on OpenSSL and does the right thing there. But then, you know, it has to write to binaries and shit like that. In the WinPE format, yada, yada, yada. You can sign in timestamp, PE, EXE, sys, DLL, etc., cab, cat, MSI, and APX files, as well as script files, extensions, PS1, blah, 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 blah. It supports the equivalent of sign tools, JSign, blah, blah, blah. But, like, there's a Java sign tool, too, other stuff like that. But, like, you wouldn't use this for Mac. I'm pretty sure there's somewhere to do it with Mac, or maybe you have to use the Xcode CLI tools or something. But, again, it's just a matter of somebody figuring out and doing it. Right. But like with the modern HSM stuff, last I knew this didn't work. Oh, maybe this does now? I don't know, this stuff gets so fucking confusing too. Because like nobody gives good examples of how to make this shit actually work. Yeah, I don't know. When I was doing Android stuff way back when, in like the very early Android days, and I was trying to build apps and shit there, the emulator sucked real bad. So it was easier to just deploy to your phone and go from there. With any core codec from FFmpeg raw? No. That's not something I would typically spend any time doing. And if I was messing with raw audio video data, I'd probably use GStreamer, not FFmpeg. Did I not delete the other branch? I guess I didn't. Okay. What else can we do in this code base to try to clean any of this shit up? I guess we can leave the T-bus stuff. The thing that's pushing all this right now is there's a Gen 2 package issue about us not supporting Python 3.14 somehow. Oh, which reminds me, I was gonna go check that. Emulators in Xcode are pretty good, except they take up like your entire SSD with how big they are. Okay. Well, that'll happen. Okay, so did we take the Python stuff out of here? We might have already done that. Remove the Python support. We didn't do a release with this yet, though. Okay. Do we just want to cut a release for this? Well, let's do this first. We're really not using anything. You know, I'm gonna look because it seems like there could be a module for end curses, but probably not. No, okay. End curses has some weird stuff you have to deal with to figure out if it's there or not. Yep, okay, cool. These are sorted alphabetically, yeah. So, alright, whatever. There's no warnings or anything. Alright, cool. Well. I guess we should probably do these as separate. That's totally not what I meant to do. Do we actually use libxml yet? Just going through monitor RMA process with MSI. My God, their website. I don't know what most of that is, but okay. You had 3 monitors of the same model, all fail with the. I don't know what any of them. Okay. RMA, Return Merchandise Authorization, with MSI, Microstar International. And when you say monitors, you literally mean computer monitors. Okay. Yeah, 3 monitors of the same model, all fail within 3 months of each other. Wow. That's, yeah, that sucks. Do we actually use libxml in here? Well, hold on, let's do this first. Oh, anything else we want to do here? Oh, so that looks fine. Was it 4577, I think? Yeah. Yeah, 3 is definitely de facto too many. 3 is start looking at a class action lawsuit. No. All right, we got an ad starting here. Actually, I'm gonna go pee and get water. I'll be right back. Should make sure this is fine. Yep, good. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Oh, whatever. I had garbage I could have taken with me. Oh. Alright. That's easy peasy. We're still in ad too, but it's alright. 6 more seconds. Oh, we're gonna check XML. Alright, welcome back everyone. You already got refunds for the first 2, that's good. Remind me not to get MSI monitors. So my side ones are LGs and my center ones are Dells. They seem to be fine. All right. This should have a requires libxml too, as well if it needs it, but am I blind? I don't see XML in here. Oh, it's up there. Okay. So what happens if we do this? GMT utils. Let's see. What the fuck? Why can we optionally create a widget from a GNT widget from an XML file? Oh, to text you. Okay. Using Samsung now, never MSI again. I used to build a shit ton of machines at using MSI motherboards. Back in like the what even was the processor generation? It was all AMD stuff. But it was like DDR2 era. So like the Phenom 2 era, but I wasn't building Phenom 2s. I can't think of what the hell the processors were. Yeah, this code isn't even like this. They started this and then this didn't get finished. Wait, yeah. Oh, I guess technically we shouldn't delete this, but we're just gonna make it no op. We don't have any of the version macro shit in here. And some of the initial Intel Z790 motherboards just crack and die. Oh man. Where's this defined? Okay, it's not defined because this is just definition check. All right. All right, so this already does a whole no. Okay, all right, so. Well, that's not the right clipboard. Okay, so we're gonna have to look at that one too, but this should get some cleanup stuff. No, no, okay, that's still because of that. 191. This should go away. Untype XML node to me, whatever. 195. What? Oh, because this is static void. Okay. So this depends on XML. We're going to get rid of that. And then likewise, this one, just going to return false. And get the same deal. Cool. Now we got rid of libxml. Yay! And I don't know why libxml was used here instead of gmarkup parser, which that's what GTK uses for its backend shit. Or for its widget construction shit. So it just seems weird that, you know, that would have been there at all. It was no XML, right? No libxml. Go. I don't know that we did this in GNT3. We should, but... I was going to try to run the test, but the tests don't run that way. There is no replacement. There is no replacement. Oh, actually, I was going to check this quick. Yeah, like nothing even uses any. I mean, maybe GNT, maybe Finch itself uses one or two of these, maybe. And also fallback for that. What was the other one? Parse widgets, yeah. So, like, this might be handy, but I don't know. If people complain, we can put it back, re-implement it or something. But Yeah. It's fine. Does. Formatting. Don't think it's a huge deal. So a lot of distros and stuff are looking to get rid of XML2 because it's no longer maintained, has a shit ton of security issues, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, it's a typical crap. Oh, I should have checked if there's anything in a README or anything. Mm-hmm. Is this still GTK doc? Did we put this up here? Oh, we did. Okay. All right, whatever. Usually used expat and confidently stumbled into the fact that for what it was, attributes you get non-null terminated strings. Thankfully, ASAN caught your inability to properly read the docs. Oh boy. Are we actually building the docks? No, that's not in the turtle target. Okay, we need to fix that. We'll do that as another pull request, but... Oh boy, yep. I guess we're gonna fix that too. $45.78. This is what's funny too. There was somebody in here the other day, and if they are here, I'm not trying to shame you or anything. But they're like, "Oh, are you guys accepting contributors?" And it's like, please, just contribute. You don't need to ask. Like, you have questions on like what you want to contribute and work on. Sure, by all means, ask. But like we can't pay you, so it's all volunteer based. But look, I'm just randomly going through the thing, going, "Oh, yep, we need this. Yep, we need this. Yep, we need this. We need this. We need this." Right? And it's just dumb. And actually, now that I think about this, do we need to mark these with the disable? Disable deprecated because findings view. All right. I guess we'll go back through and do that as another poll. Well, I mean, we can do this one here, but what was it? It's if not defined. Or Oh, I guess it's fine. The problem is what'll end up happening is the way this works. Oh, I guess it's only if you're compiling the library. Yeah, never mind. This is fine. Oh, you're going to get a compiler warning about no previous declaration of the function. But that's only when you're compiling the library. And you wouldn't compile the library with that thing. So it's fine. Depends on the contribution when it's structural. Well, yeah. But I mean, like, finding problems in something and making a fix, yeah, just go ahead and do that. You'd have people open a ticket first to discuss things. They don't open PR. Yeah, exactly. We had somebody a long time ago on Pidgin 3 try to add support for Purple Home or, you know, like a custom directory as an environment variable. And like, they didn't understand the problem or read through the code. And then they made the thing and I'm like, well, this doesn't work as is because of X, Y, and Z. And then they just disappeared. It's just like, well, yep, this is what happens. Like, I don't mean to be mean or anything, but yep. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Yeah, it's a bad situation. You know, yeah, exactly. Right? Like, if you run into something and think it's good or something, you know, just, or, you know, ask first. Like, but at the same time, like, if you're coming to me asking for what you should contribute on, it's, I don't know. There is a giant swath of shit. Right? And I don't know. The thing I try to tell people all the time too is when it comes to open source contribution, you either need to find a problem that's currently affecting you, or you should start working on a project that you use, because you need the motivation to keep working on it, right? People don't just get motivated to work on random bugs and random programs, right? That's a great way to start something that you're never going to finish, right? And if you want to do that, by all means, knock yourself out, right? Maybe you want to learn how the code works or something. Cool, whatever, right? But like, if you're actually like trying to make an impact wise, that's the way you should be going about it. But like a lot of time with like compiler warnings and stuff, you know, like figuring out why stuff is warning and, you know, stuff like that. That's stuff that's, you know, no one's going to say no to a contribution to like do that maintenance work. Ah, shit, I just marked that wrong. Not that it matters. Oh, alright, well, whatever. So our lines of code is down a lot. Quick breakdown. So the Pidgin 2 code base right here, right? So libpurple, which includes the protocols, is 141. The protocols themselves are 32 of that, right? So libpurple is 110. But Purple 3, our current development branch, so 110 versus 50,000, 51,000. So we've basically cut it in half. This does a lot more, but it's also not finished. But the protocols are in a different directory. That was 32,000. We've also skimmed off a lot of the protocols, but that's down to 7,600 lines of code. Then if we look at Pidgin itself, I'll explain more in a second, but if we look at Pidgin itself, including plugins and stuff, 86,000 lines, right? And we're talking lines, not comments or blanks. So 86,000 lines, right? But Pidgin itself here is now 15,000. Pidgin 3 is 15,000 versus 86 in Pidgin 2. So there's multiple reasons for that. A big part of the UI being so much smaller is we're using the declarative stuff in GTK. So we're not really building widgets via code anymore. We're building them via XML. On top of that, GTK has much better support for doing reactive property updates, and we're taking advantage of that. So like in Pidgin 2, we didn't. So whenever something would change, like somebody's online status, right, or somebody goes from online to offline, we would emit a signal, and then anybody that cared would have to update their widgets themselves. In the Pidgin 3 world, the buddy is an object, it has a property, everything is monitoring that property already, and then it just works when we change it. We don't actually have to write the code to change it anymore. On top of that, we've also moved a bunch of stuff to sub-libraries. So like the protocols only being 7,000 lines of code, part of that is because, so right now, Pidgin 3 really only has, so it has basic support for Zulip, or not even full support for Zulip yet. We're trying to get to that full basic support yet. But IRC is the only protocol that really kind of works. But we shipped off most of the IRC stuff to a new library we have called Ibis, and that's 9,000 lines of code, right? But this is a library to implement the IRC protocol and implement a whole bunch of IRC v3 features and do it in a non-opinionated way. And is what we call an integration library, meaning that it's meant to integrate into your program and not define how your program has to work with it. So like a good example of this, IRC is not great for this, but a good example of this is like a lot of chat libraries and stuff, they'll keep a list of what chat rooms you're in, users you've seen, stuff like that. An integration library doesn't do that, right? Because we have to integrate with libpurple, it's going to keep track of all of that. If we did all of that in our libraries as well, then we'd have we'd be using twice as much memory. So the main thing of Ibis, actually, so to be fair too, so the 92,000 lines here, that's a little bit of a misnomer because half of that is unit tests. So, you know, there's one of the other big things too is the amount of unit tests in Pidgin 2. So most of the unit tests are on libpurple, right? But we only have 1,500 lines of unit test in Purple 3, or in Purple 2. In Purple 3, so 1,500 versus basically 20,000 lines of unit test. So we're also doing way more unit testing, right? Which actually, what does that mean? That means that libpurple itself is only 30 lines of code because 20,000 lines of it is unit test. Right, and that's a huge difference between Pidgin 2 and Pidgin 3. Is Pidgin 3, we've revamped a bunch of stuff so that we can unit test it. Because that's something we haven't been able to do in Pidgin 2. Just because of the way it's built and stuff like that. There's too much global state, and trying to build unit tests around it is a freaking nightmare. So, yeah. So there's been many, many, many changes. All right. How do we do this in the other ones? Yeah, so one of the big things we've been doing too is, so we're intending on splitting libpurple out of the Pidgin repository. So we try to do things in libpurple itself first, and the only way we can do that is by actually writing a unit test, right? So it's kind of annoying, and it is a lot of work, and it does take discipline to do it, right? But at that point, we know by the time we go to build it into a user interface that the code already works, right? So we're not sitting here trying to debug the abstraction plus all this other stuff. We know that code works. We wrote unit tests to do it. And if it doesn't work, we go and add a unit test for it, right? It's taken a long time to get to this point, but it has been 100% worth it. Oh, we use that for the doc tests. Okay, so this isn't actually what we need to do here. I'm not too worried about this. This is fine. But we need to make the docs as part of the main test. Install salter main namespace scan. Run TTK doc check when running unit test. Note that this has a downside of rebuilding the doc for each build, which is very often slow. It should only be enabled in CI. All right, I guess we just add the doc target here if docs are enabled. How well do separate repos work for your development workflow? It'll be a little bit more tedious, but it shouldn't be too bad. Actually make the move to a mono repo at your former employer because people had trouble grasping how to keep repo dependencies. Yeah, so the Mason subproject stuff makes a lot of this much easier. So there's another project we've started, which I don't know how long you've been around our stuff, but you might know of a little project of ours named Game, as in that's where Pidgin started. So we're bringing the game name back as a Pidgin 2 interface. So Pidgin 3 is getting a new design to be more like a modern chat stuff, but Game 3 is the Pidgin 2 and the game interface before it. And I'm explaining all this for a reason that, well, so the point of this is, so Game is out of tree, right? Game pulls in libpurple via a Mason subproject. And that just works, right? So then just the UIs itself, and what's going to happen is libpurple is going to get pulled out of the Pidgin repo, and then the Pidgin repo is going to depend on an external libpurple as a subproject, and then it'll just pull it in like it does all our other subproject stuff. With the subprojects, you can point it to a tarball, you can point it to a version control repository, you can do all sorts of stuff with it. But, you know, so here's Game 3. All right. This is built on the same libpurple we're working on the other stuff, right? But here's me joining my local Ergo server. Right, here's the contact list. This is just with the demo protocol plugin. There's some bugs I got to figure out, whatever. Right, not a whole lot here is implemented, but like all this shit works. Believe it or not. So like we can say contact details. Boom, then you get the small list, right? And all that stuff's cool. The account editor actually works now. Or whatever. So the whole account editor works. This is all good, blah, blah, blah. The chat stuff basically works. It's not done, but it works. But you'll see there's a whole bunch of stuff here that's just not implemented yet. Like these menus aren't here, blah, blah, blah. But so the fun part of this is in subprojects, right? So we're saying we're pulling an archive out of Mercurial for what version of Pidgin to pull. And then in our build right now, right, we so this is going to pull in the Pidgin dependency, whatever, to get some weird stuff, but we tell it to disable the GTK UI option. These are options we pass to the Mason script. That turns off built-in Pidgin, and that turns off the Unity plugin, and then it just works. So if you're going to look at the Mattermost plugin, start looking at it in Pidgin 3, honestly. And then that way you can pull it into game 3, as well as Pidgin 3 and whatever else. We did release Alpha 1. Our parameters for the Alpha were that we're pretty confident that the protocol APIs are not going to change in any drastic way, but we're still a long way out before stuff's ready for general users and stuff like that. As you can tell, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's not implemented, but, you know, yeah. The ZFS on a root installed, currently broke when upgrading to SID, so stable it is for now. Yeah, nice. That might be the lib ZFS client, whatever, 7 versus 6 thing, Icarus. That's what I ran into with my NASs, but those are on Trixie. This machine's on SID. I did not have that problem. Also, my NASs are ARM, so that gets a little weird too. But yeah. All right, yeah. So, all right, that's what we're doing. So back over here for turtles. We're just gonna say targets equals this, or say CMD equals this. I'm gonna say if get option doc man plus equals I think it's lib gnt doc. Cool. Yeah, no problem. Going through this stuff's not a big deal. It's cool. It's fine. Snapshot saved your ass, though, so nice to revert stuff easily. Nice. All right. This is a lot of shit here, but... GNT bindable action is deprecated in the inline comments, but no deprecation cards were found around the declaration. I don't know what that means. Bindable action. Does it want it this way? I should show them the dock target. Whatever. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if these are going to go in alphabetical order, but maybe. GNT disabled deprecated. Oh, maybe we need it on both parts? Alright, let's try something else and we'll come back to those. Parameter description for GNT screen occupy widget is missing in source code comment block. GNT.h83. To show, sure. Gonna be a lot of this kind of shit. Do 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 do. This is all stuff we should have done a long time ago. But, you know, whatever, stuff happens. GNC age 94. Budget to release. $104. Widget to update. Bindable action missing in source code comment block. Okay, well, this should get rid of the first block here. Like these, whatever. At name of the action. I don't know how to do unions here. Yep, you can claim all those. Congratulations, you get nothing for them. Except bragging rights. I haven't found a way to lock it down so that to group them together, but whatever. Field description struct are missing. Okay, well, let's undo that. All right, that said 94 anyways. Okay, well, whatever. Register action 140. Class name, callback, trigger, ... I have no idea what the additional parameters are here. Unknown. We're just gonna make sure that actually fixed the warning, and then figure out what it's supposed to be. Yeah. All right. This looks null terminated. Yeah. So, first of all, we also want to add that. And then what actually are these things? Oh, are these the keys? Yeah. The default trigger of the binding or null, followed by null terminal. Okay. What? I have a lot of issues with the Finch stuff. Let's just make that clear. Like, if that was the case, then the var arg should have been here, or the you know, this should have just been the whole list, right? But I guess, you know, they wanted one parameter at least, but all right, what was this one? Okay, yep. And of course now we're getting problems. Findable 73. Did I do this right or did I mess this up? No, because I didn't change that. And that is still supposed to be null terminated. So this is wrong? But I don't know what the hell the rebind info is. Rebind info params is a G. What? That's not even fucking right. This is the problem with this. Is okay. We're just gonna pretend this isn't a problem. We're just gonna clean up the docks. Go from there. How do we do the links for this? Oh, that's because it's in... No. GNT Silk. Oh, no, this isn't how we do this. There's a file in the docs. At least there used to be. There's a way to tell it to ignore shit. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember what any of the commands are. With GNT unused is one unused declaration. GNTWM. Like that was it, but it's in section here. Or is it not? No, that should be right there. What the hell is the problem? Oh. Okay. I don't remember how any of this works. It's been so damn long. Alright, well, whatever. We'll come back to that. Gunpowder, struck field, GNT seal. Yeah, that's might be a pain. GNT window manager copy win node. Ugh. Maybe we don't need to fix the docks. This is just taking so long, and it's not really worth it, right? Yeah, just fuck it. Do we install the marshalers? I don't know that we do. The thing is, like, if anybody's building anything on top of libgnt, which they're probably not, they should be using GNT3 anyway. So fixing GNT2 is just kind of eh. We do install the header for this. Okay. Oh, fuck. I was looking for something like this, and I apparently overlooked it. Yep. $45.79. Should we? We should probably mark the version as 15.0 dev, 2.15.0 dev. And then with that, and then go to the doc slash this. Yes, do multiple things at once. It's fine. Alright, HTML. Forgot about that one. Well, that's not right. That's not right either. Although this looks better than the other one, but why does everything get marked as 15? It shouldn't be. List of dependencies. We can get rid of that too. Do we still have GNT Skell? Looks like no. We still have internal. Windows Manager directory gets ignored. So does test. What's under packaging? Oh. Okay. Sure. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. It's GTK doc, not GTK dash doc. Deprecated guards. Okay, yeah, it's spelled right. Ignore files that's fine. We don't have a convey file or anything in here, do we? We do. I don't know how much this is actually used in Team City. None of it apparently. Oh, there it is. Well, we can probably delete the Fedora 34 build. And the Debian Bullseye as well. What does this one actually do? Yeah, it just runs the build target. Alright. Now we should probably move this to Trixie, which I guess we already have a Trixie image. I don't have a Trixie. I don't even necessarily want to keep Bookworm around, but... Yeah, screw it, let's just get rid of Bookworm. What's our current Fedora? 45? What did they just do recently? Oh, was it 43? I thought something new was just out. 44. Only 10 releases. That's 5 years. Since we looked at this, that's fine, right? Not a problem, not a problem. I don't know why these are half split and half not. We should fix this in the Debian one too, since it's a new one. The way we've been doing this now is we do them one on a line and then we sort them. No. Python 2 Devil. That should be gone. Might have that in Debian as well. But you can see it's so much easier to see what's going on when it's one per line. Yeah, so the whole idea here is we build containers for or we use containers to do builds on all sorts of different Linux distributions. And that way we don't have to have, you know, a build agent for every distribution and then update them all the time and all that crap. I fucked that up, apparently. Yep, look at that. Oh. The cool part is there's not a whole lot of dependencies here, so these go way faster than the Pidgin ones. The Pidgin ones needing all the things, you're just like, dude, this sucks. Well, that's building. We're gonna go to G&T Builders. This is 3 plans. Convey build image, Docker up credentials, and scheduled. Okay. So, create a build configuration. Fuck off. Oh, attach template. Docker hub creds, associate. Attach template. Scheduled, associate. I should have the right target? No. Confused. Convey build image. Did it just not prompt me for the target? What the hell? Oh. Nope. So the target is Team City build conf name. Okay, cool. Go back here. Right configuration. Fedora 44, AMD 64, create. Attach template, convey build image. Attach template, Docker hub credentials. Attach template, scheduled. I told you to cancel that. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna come back here, delete the other build configurations. Fedora 33 can, or 34 can get deleted. Debian Bullseye can get deleted. Debian Bookworm can also get deleted. Cool. Okay. Update the plans to modern versions. There they go. Come on. So this is to actually build images and push them out to Docker Hub. And these should work for both. In Pidgin, we were trying to do this across different image tags and stuff, and it didn't exactly work. It's probably the nice way to put it. Although putting all the build depths for Pidgin 2 and Pidgin 3 in the same container makes a huge container. Also, we have to update the docs for the new setup. Oh, okay. Wow. Sure. Wow. Oh, I already deleted the Fedora build. Just use root convey. Okay. Oh, not builders. I think that's it. Well, you used to have to set the version control, but now that it asks that right away, you don't have to do that part. Oh, we're gonna have to update the GNT3 stuff too, but that's fine. Right? Or do we... We don't have a separate libGNT3, do we? No. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so those should all be good. Alright, I got too much weird random shit in here. So, whatever. Damn, it's already 2. Oh, I didn't run docs. Let's do that real quick. Now I did. Now it's truthful. Yay! I was like, why did this work without libxml? Because libxml isn't a hard dependency. That's why. Small atomic commits are sometimes annoying, but they shouldn't. You shouldn't be doing. I did this and this and this and this and this and this, right? Nothing uses it, so I didn't do any testing. We're gonna put that GNT Scal thing back in just so it's not noise here. Oh, that's not gonna work. Yep. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. 4582. Do, 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 do. Okay. Now, do we actually want to try to fix any of that dock stuff? Probably not. We deprecated the XML2 stuff. What else, if anything, do we want to put in here? Um... Okay. I don't know which ones of these would even be considered. Well, so this one is... Of course. Custom fields. Like, well, what am I looking for? Jesus Christ. Alright. Ugh. I don't want to put all these in here, but... What did the readme say to read? No. That was in changelog. Alright, it's in README. Like, I'm not putting all these in, but I will put in... Oh, no, that doesn't matter. Beginning with version 2.14, the code had been moved to a set repository, so the tag and the version will remain in sync. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah. So, I guess we'll do 2.14.0. Oh, no. June 10th, 2020. Wow. Yep, everyone. I forgot what you said I should call you. We'll go with act. Or act. Act. Whatever. But anyways, have a good one. Thanks for coming by. February 4th, 2021. Oh, that's the release date. Oh, what's the release date? Descending. No, I want ascending. No, what the fuck? My version, descending. There we go. Had a blast. Cool. Hope to see you in the future. 14.2. 2.14.2. Alright, we'll do all the archive shit later. 14.3. .4. Oh, that's in the right format. Sweet. Even better. Okay, archived. Do we want to do the earlier? No, well, these are the ones that were split to the own repo. That's where it makes sense. So, all right. So now with this, 2.14.3 failed to. Okay, so affected version. Well, it should be 2.14.3. Whatever. Running some build failure with building with Anchor 6.5 is the error log below. Did we not accept this? No, we did 2.14.4. Was this fixed in 2.14.4? Aha. Use panel window instead of directly accessing the window pointer panels. RR2883. If I'm remembering correctly, which I'm probably not, but yeah, this is all the same. Okay, so let me go here real quick. I don't want version control, I want custom fields. Version, and for all affected fields, 14.3. We're gonna make it not archived for a minute. We're gonna come back here. This is 2.14.3. Fixed and build, whatever. 2.14.4. Get rid of that. Boom. Alright, and this is actually closed. We just didn't actually do it right because we fucked up. And by we, I mean me. And that's fine. Okay. Problem is there's just so much shit going on that, you know, you make mistakes. Just can't keep everything straight. Can't reproduce on trunk, but it fails from EU214. That encourages Unicode support is affected by X open source and all the various features. Test macros of that type. It goes, Dan. It goes. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I didn't put 2.15 on it in here. Whoops. Alright, let's see if I can reproduce this. Like, I couldn't back then, maybe I can now, who knows. Build LTO fail. Yeah, I can't debug this when I can't reproduce it. It's like, it's not that I don't believe them, right? I can't reproduce, so... Assign it to the person that can reproduce it, because I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Oh, is it maybe I don't have T info W? I don't know where that comes from. No, I have that installed. But yeah, like I don't know, man. Hmm. Oh, look at that. Typing the mouse breaks the mouse on the terminal on exit. I'm working on a unit test for libgnt. We use the mouse to scroll the terminal after exiting a libgnt program with mouse equals 0 in the configuration. Your mouse will just spew characters for the mouse instead. Okay. Well, I don't know if this is... I don't know if this is 2 or 3. It's got to be 3, right? Or... Currently use custom terminal color set by base 16. And whenever in one of the libgnt test programs uses the default color set and B resets colors once I exit. Bold end or higher are all messed up usually. Fun. I'm assuming this is on this. Uh, and this has to be the old one because we don't have Finch 3 anymore. Or, I don't know. Uh, all right, that should be all the issues triaged. The builds for this are going to fail, but that's okay. It's the builds don't exist in the new convey file. Or the new convey file hasn't been pushed yet, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Oh. Well, typically it's genmarshall.list. I guess we should fix that. So 1L or 2? 1. Marshall generation. Typical method or setup is to have a dot list file. So this makes that happen. It's funny how you just start trolling for stuff and you're just like, oh, yep, damn it, I just missed the add to it. I need to get water, I gotta pee. Ugh. 4583. What we should also do we're just seeing if any of these are not used anymore. Although I think we did this a while ago, and we haven't really done much with the code, so... Yep, they're all still used. Okay, that's fine. Just need to verify, right? This seems like it should go into the doc directory. We should probably get rid of the packaging directory. This isn't doing anybody any good. So Debian has their own stuff, right? That's the sole reason ours is under packaging. This goes back to a time when we were considering running our own apt mirrors and everything for all this stuff. So we would have the packaging in our stuff, so CI/CD would build the packages and then export them out. Fuck that noise. That was before Mason, even. Well, maybe not. Yeah, this might have still been Auto Tools. Yeah. With the sub-projects in Mason, it just, a lot of this just isn't a necessity at all anymore. This is an artifact of back when we were going to package everything, which we are for sure not doing since we have Mason sub-projects now. $45.84. Not that it matters. Does anything build this test? Yep, cool. This looks like it was manually. Bonnie Bites of the Raid, welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your stream? What were you up to tonight? There'd be that's fine. Everything's fine. It's a bunny raid. Nice. But welcome everyone from Bunny Bite Stream. My name is Gary Kramlich. I'm the lead developer of Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it. Maybe you used it. Maybe you used to use it. Maybe you know by its old name of game. But that's what we work on and we spend all our time here doing. So, raid and run. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, we're just doing a bunch of weird random cleanup and stuff. Because why not? So yeah. Yep. Have a good one. Thanks again for the raid. Catch you later. Get some rest. It was manually built previously. Sure. Yeah, so right now we're just cleaning up one of our libraries called libgnt, our current production release. There's a bunch of old stuff in here we just never took care of. And we're going to be doing a full release of all of this stuff in the near-ish future. So we're just trying to, clean things up and go from there. A commit message looked ominous. Well, yeah. I mean, this file, if we go back and look at it, well, it goes back to the first revision of this repository. And you can see there's at least 1,100 revisions here. So yeah, this goes back to Cedrula's first commit on this repo, on Finch, back in 2006. So, yep. Quantum Apprentice with the raid. We're getting raid trained here. How's it going, Quantum Apprentice? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hope your stream went well. Yeah, so, deleting a file that's 20 years old, it's fine. Ominous commit message is fine. This is why you shouldn't use CMake, or I don't recommend using CMake. If you're going to use CMake, knock yourself out, but you'd have a much better time with Mason. But you're on Windows, so maybe not. But maybe still. I use Mason. Mason by default Mason generates the project. Just like CMake will generate a Makefile project or a Visual Studio or Xcode or CodeBlocks project. Mason will generate a Ninja project or a Visual Studio project, a VS Code project, or an Xcode project. So the code generator generates the project that gets ran by the specific build tool. So like your CMake is probably doing Visual Studio or something, which Ninja can do as well. Or sorry, which Mason can do as well. Mason is a very, very capable build system, and we have moved everything to it, right? So our entire 25 plus years of open source stuff, all of it's been moved to Mason. No more auto tools, no CMake, no nothing. All of it's gone to Mason. Because it is that much better. Like, there's no question about it. We haven't moved Pidgin 2 because there's just no point in moving it. It's too much of a hassle to do it. So that's still in auto tools for better or worse, mostly because we just don't want to rewrite the whole damn build system. But everything else, everything new has been moved to Mason. But Pidgin just takes too damn long to do. But yeah, welcome everyone from Quantum's Apprentice stream. I just introduced myself for Bunny Bites, who rated, but that's fine. My name is Gary Kramlich. I'm the lead developer of Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you use it, maybe you used to use it, or maybe you know it's by its old name of game, which we are bringing back. And apparently the bot didn't want to bring this back, the command back. Is the bot still here? But yeah, either way, we spend all our time here working on that. All right, Mason options, disable docs. We default to true, cool. All right, I think this is pretty much all we're gonna get in here. Now, whether or not we want to clean up the docs is a whole other story. Are these actual G objects? They are. Yeah, well, we're not gonna, well, we could move to GI DocGen. That is an option. I don't know, that's worth our effort, though. Does the README reference the sample? No. We could move the sample file into here. Although I don't remember how to do paths like this. Oh, it's been a while. Well, whatever. I think we're okay with G&T for now. We did a lot of work on G&T tonight. That's fine. We should go back and try to get this Zulip stuff done that I keep forgetting. I have stuff to do here. Oh. Over the comments again. Only DMs supported right now, so this catches channels and threads and other values that aren't in the enum. The intent is to remove this when the channel threads are supported. Everything else should have returned already in the else, maybe? Is this, yeah. Zulip, receive messages. Oh, some days I really miss the Threadripper. This is one of them. We've done a lot of compiling and a lot of crap tonight. And so much slower. Yep, rip the Threadripper. Oh, almost there. Come on. Let me figure out the cause of this too. The board died. And I didn't want to spend $400 buying a board for a processor. Like, the board was having problems posting and shit. It's just, yeah. Alright, where are we here? Let's clean up our windows. Alright, Zulip event queue. Line 147. Alright, fine. Yeah, we can get rid of this. Alright, so this is... Okay. Doesn't matter, though. We have a list of all the users, but if we have to look it up asynchronously, we still have to create the conversation because we don't have a yield concept. If the conversation was not going to be used for anything, but if it's still useful either way, then that's fine. 162-ish, we deleted some lines, so it's not quite the same. Okay, so he's asking if we should look this up before creating... Right. Find the contact info for the author. We're using find or create. This shouldn't matter. Yeah, this is just another one. That shouldn't matter. Conversation is not going to be used for anything, but if it's still... Okay, well, either way, we don't need to do this because we're using find or create. So what happens here is we try to look up a contact, and if they don't exist, then we don't do anything with it. What we should do here, and I don't have a good way to mark it or do it, we should, if the user was created, this is an out parameter that returns a boolean on whether or not it was created. If they were created, we should, which means we just created the account with the ID. We don't have any other attributes. We should fire off a request to get more. But that is what it is. Let's make sure this all works. It should be fine. But we need to test, that's for sure. So Zulip is another open source chat protocol. We're trying to use it more and recommend people go to it and stuff, but we haven't done a whole lot with it. But there's a link to go to get to it. Oh, right. We're not handling local echo properly. Okay, so that's working. materials to test. The first one was a DM. This is a group DM. It has been tested. And if Ivanhoe's awake, maybe he'll respond. Alright. So yeah, everything works fine. Cool. $45, $63. Oh. Oh, 230. Alright, where are we on the other stuff? Zulip send typing. I did not open a branch for that, right? I don't think I did. For receiving typing, yes. Oh. So this is what Zulip normally looks like, at least in the web interface. Add support for sending. Oh, okay. All right. Receiving typing notifications had 2 issues or 3 issues. More of this. Okay. Event queue. I don't know what the line numbers are, but 244. Yeah, we're using Finder Create, so we don't need to do this. Is response and event queue time in milliseconds because G time span millisecond makes it in G time span units, which is in microseconds. I don't remember. I have to look. Ugh. I apparently didn't even notice that this got reviewed. Oh, we're close enough. Actually, I want the typing event. Where the hell are events? Servers not real-time events. Oh. Yeah, these are in millis. But our typing state is in seconds? Is that what it is? Seconds is... Alright. Yeah, second. Number of seconds. Okay, so, yeah. So this just needs to be milliseconds. But yeah, he's right. We're messing up units. 445 ish. fine. There's a verb missing here. Okay. I'm good at that. Dropping words in my statements. Zulip doesn't have a pause state, and since we initialized to stop typing, we just need to check if the user is currently typing. Right, what that means is up here, we're set to typing state none. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. So this is all so that we can do this. Right, and then if I delete my text, it goes away. And then by default, Zulip waits 45 seconds for a typing notification to go away. All right, we got an ad starting though. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, and it's just about finished too. But you'll see the typing notification's gone now. It's timed out, obviously, as I was out and about. Oot and a boot. Oh, smell your treats. Whoop. Did I get it? No, I didn't get the goop. Damn. He gets eye crust. I call it goop. It's not really goop. It's not goopy. But okay. So then likewise, if I type in this group DM. Cool. Yep. Awesome. Uh, 4564. Oh. Erased and addressed issues. Yeah, I kept forgetting to come back to these. It's just like, oh, yep, that's a problem. All right, I'm not gonna worry about rebasing the other one. But all right, so that should get us DMs in Zulip. Some of the next fun stuff to do in Zulip is getting threads figured out, and that's a pain, and it's a pain because we need it. We need Lip Purple to finish figuring out threads. We need Pidgin to figure out threads, and yeah. Oh, that's the other thing we can do. Right. So we started we finally started the path of, oh, we need to get back to that too. I don't want to do that right now because it's going to take a while. Seagull members. So we started and we merged, the start of getting rid of the main interface for calling the request API. The request API is a user interface abstraction for getting information, basically forms, from users. And yeah, maybe, oh, why didn't I think of that before? We could have renamed it the request form. Whatever, it's fine. So we added a UI option to do this. But none of it actually works yet. So let's do this. Demo actions. So the demo protocol plugin has a thing to request fields for us to test them. Oh, there's a lot here though. Oh, we need to, okay, we need to finish figuring out that stuff. Okay. So the request API has a whole bunch of nonsense. And it's just, it's a sign of its time of when it was created. But where is request fields? All right, so it has a title. What is primary? The main point of the message or null if you're feeling enigmatic. There we go. Secondary, yeah. So what we're gonna do is I want to put this on the pages because we don't have anything that'll take multiple pages. So request page.h. I want to add a title and a subtitle. Get field, get string. Okay. We'll request page set or get title. It's the title of the page. Returns nullable title. What's the title? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Purple request field doesn't have a title, does it? It might have a label. I haven't tried DistCC in a long time. I used to use it like 20 years ago. but I have not used it in a long time. Up until recently, I had a thread ripper, so it didn't make sense to even try. But yeah, that's totally not what we want. That's why you asked. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, maybe sometime I'll try it, but there's not really a whole lot of reasons for me to go back to it right now. Oh, okay. I'm misinterpreting what this is. Okay. I'm thinking this is an overridden property, but it's not. This isn't end properties. This is end items, which is because it's a list model. But I mean, I have enough machines in my basement where I could easily start up DisCC on them. The problem back in the day with DisCC, and I don't know if it's still the case, is like if one of the nodes went down, it would just fail horrendously, and like you had to manually keep the list up to date and stuff, and yeah, it was not fun to do. So it's just like, it's fine. I don't even have setters yet. Why are we using a hash table for this? It's got to make the list model weird. Okay. We probably don't have unit tests for this, and we should probably add them. A title for the page. Did I hit an extra enter there? I felt like I did. Alright. Oh, I switched pages. That's nope. Why not? I don't know what the hell I did. Oh, I think I hit control page down. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay. Like I hit something on the right side of the keyboard with my thumb accidentally. And I didn't realize I was holding control with my left hand. And yeah, shit happens. Cons car star, purple request field, get title, or request page. Come on. Not be a problem. Thrashing the shit out of my disc, apparently. Yep. The bigger problem is the docks here at the end take like 30 seconds to a minute. That's the real annoying part. But it's okay. Alright, so we have a title. I guess we'll do subtitle right away too. Oh, I wonder if the, whatever the other field was, is more of a description. Oh, I kind of put these in the wrong order, but that's okay. Oh, no, that should be there. The other problem right now is this machine is overstressed because I'm doing the multi-format streaming for Twitch. So it chugs more than it should. Or the enhanced streaming, whatever. So like people can get transcode, like nothing has to be transcoded anymore, and not by Twitch servers, because I'm sending like 5 different streams to Twitch. So it's a lot from just a work point of view, right? So, oh, huh. Am I actually swapping? Fuck. I clearly need more RAM, apparently. Who's eating my RAM? It's just too much stuff's running, apparently. A bunch of Firefox tabs and shit. But yeah, as you can see, there's a lot going on here. All right, back to here. Well, I didn't see anything getting oomed, but it's not impossible. Actually, I should probably cycle that tab. We can close a bunch of this too. Cycle that guy. Definitely cycle Discord. Yeah, well, it's only a gig of swap, so it's not surprising. Oh, but no, okay, so we're at 21 gigs of memory used out of 32. So swaps all used, but who cares? We still have tons of memory used, right? Or memory available. We got 10 gigs of memory available. So it's fine. Now the art cache might be causing a problem, but that's another story. All right. And so I don't think we have any unit tests for any of the request stuff. And also, we might want to pull this out of this directory, but yeah. The art cache is the adaptive something cache for ZFS. It's to make stuff access and shit faster. So, what about unit tests mentioned? Like, we have a lot of unit tests. We just discovered earlier that, so Pidgin, Purple 3 is 50,000 lines of code, I think it was. Yep, 51,000 lines of code, and our unit tests make up 20,000 lines of that. So, yeah. We have an extensive amount of tests, and we're still not getting everything, which we're never going to get everything. But we're doing way better than we used to do, that's for sure. Oh, we do have a test request page. Hell yeah. String validator, new valid group, invalid group. Cool. Yeah, it's really a pain in the ass putting them together, but once they exist, oh, they're so much they're so nice. I don't think this takes any parameters. It does not. Okay, good. Right, this is a really stupid unit test, but it's fine. The better part about the unit test is we can run the unit test under Valgrind and find leaks in the test before we have to go run the entire damn program. Right? That's the real kicker there. I mean, I wouldn't say I love Valgrind, but it does help. Like, it's not the easiest tool to use. Subtitled. I don't want to run this in Valorant right now, but that's okay. Exclude regions are hacks? Huh. I haven't used exclude regions before. CSB says you work on avionics software and we spend so much time on testing. For the most critical code, we have to test every condition and subcondition as true false. If it is a massive pain, but important. Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. So we just hit our assert. Oh. All right, cool. So we've got our properties. We know that they're there. What else do we want to put a description in? So we've got title, primary, secondary. Maybe we should just change this to description. I don't know what Pidgin does with the primary and secondary. What's the SN ratio here? More than stuff that is library fault. Oh yeah. We use suppression stuff all over the place. Basically, there's suppression files built in, or that come with other packages, stuff like that, and we use that for a lot of it. Title alert. Where is primary used here? So primary is title 1. Oh, title is the window title? Is that what's going on? Yeah. We're gonna not go that route. So title and subtitle are used pretty. They have pretty well or good documentation on what they are right now. I guess we'd reuse the title for the window title. And yeah. If we want to add a secondary or description or something, we can put that in here. Yeah, and actually, we should be able to do this. And yeah, okay. I think sanitizer is neat as well. I think it has a lot less runtime over than Valgrind, but no. Is that one of the Clang things, or I don't know. I haven't spent a whole lot of time dealing with the new features and compilers because I've been doing the same shit for 20 plus years. So why change now, right? Oh, oh no, we already have the valid property. That's fine. Purple. Add subtitle and title properties to request page. How's it going, King Rapula? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Then Slang and GCC, MSVC might have support as well. Oh, all right. 4586. And to call turtles. Ran the test under Valgrind and called in the turtles. Oh, did I? Yeah, okay, I did clear the subtitle. All right. How far do we want to get into this? Do we want to start putting this thing together or not? Well, let's look at this. Demo actions.c. So what I think we're gonna do is so the real kicker here is we don't want to call this at the end, which I guess we can just try right now, right? So we could say hold on. Well, I didn't grab the fields. I went way too far. So none of this is going to work right now. And that's totally fine. Oh. What else is in here? Alright, cancelable, then the call. Okay. Do we have the protocol should have one. We have the connection. That's gonna be purple demo protocol request fields or request page callback, and then data to pass to it is apparently null. Yeah, that takes the thing. Okay, yeah, so then we're gonna G clear object ampersand page. I think that's right. Okay. Oh, I went too far again. Damn it. Request page callback. G object source G async result comma G GNU unused C data because we didn't pass any data into it. Excuse me. Purple request page equals null. Page equals purple request page. Or no, purple UI request page finish. Purple UI source result error. We don't have a way to display errors. So if error is not equal to null, G warning, fail to request field or request page. Okay, otherwise. Alright, so in theory this will work. It won't, but we're going to have an unused thing. Okay, we don't have UI there, that's fine. And then 292, the error callback, this we don't need. But then 444, we need to get the user interface. We get that from the core? Yeah. Okay, we do have the core, and we're not. Core star core equals null. UI star UI equals null. Core equals purple core get defaults. UI equals purple core get UI core. But we need something to trigger all this, right? So we need to move to the new stuff. So now what's going to happen if we go to demo account and we say request fields, failed to request page, Pidgin UI does not implement request pages. Okay, cool. Demo. Migrate the request fields action to purple .ui .request page async. Sure. So, CSB, how's the YouTube stuff going? No rush or anything, I'm just curious. I know you said you were rewriting part of it or something. I don't remember. Loaded a demo account and verified that I saw the error message in the console when trying to run the action. So cold in the turtles. All right, I don't want to get super far in this, but we are going to start looking at rebuilding this as an actual widget, and that'll make things much easier. Yeah, see, we're already doing a ton of this binding stuff and everything. Got it rewritten in C++ using coroutines to help manage async code. Still haven't integrated it with libpurple yet, but it's a basic OAuth function. Oh, nice, nice. Very cool. I don't remember if I mentioned this before or not, but you already rewrote, so it doesn't matter. But there's another library out there called libdex, which has more coroutine-like stuff for gobject and stuff. Libdex, glib. I don't know how well the docs are. Nothing against Christian here, but his docs are usually not great. Oh, maybe this is better. Dex futures, primary objects representing work that will complete now or at some point in the future. There are various types of blah, blah, blah. Oh, and fibers, yeah. Like at some point it might be cool for us to move to this kind of stuff, but I haven't looked at it much. But depends on glib 2.68, which is fine. We're okay with that. But like he also does the source view and stuff like that, and the docs on that thing are non-existent. That's why I'm like, I don't know, this could be bad. But like, where's an example? All right, like cool, you got an overview. Integrating gasync result. Historically, if you want to do asynchronous work in a gobject-based application, you would use gasync ready callback and gasync result. There are two ways to integrate this form. In one direction, you can consume this historical API and provide the result as a DEX future. In the other direction, you can provide API in your application library and implement it behind the scenes with DEX future. All right, so there's stuff here, but channels. But the producer consumer queue for applications. The channel has read and write sides that allow you to put features in the queue. Yeah. You hadn't heard of it, but we'll look into it. Would be nice to have higher level abstraction, organized async code because yeah. We had to do like the startup of libpurple is real gross because everything's async now. Like for a while, we were having issues of like contacts not being loaded and stuff because everything was asynchronous and not running in a deterministic order. So, you know, I had to change some stuff up manually, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. All right. Like I said, we're not gonna get too far in this because I'm getting really tired here. Sure, give me this guy. I kind of want to rename this to request form instead of request page, but we'll keep it as request page for now. Just because that's what everything is, but... Don't actually need that, don't need that. Should have copied something smaller. It's all right, but yeah. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of shit in here I really don't need. All right, so Pidgin request page. I don't think we want. We'll just leave it as GTK window for now. We're not going to show the menu bar. We're not going to set a default width or height. We're not going to do that yet. There's an add WADA window, right? Yeah, add WADA window. Let's go with add WADA window. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I copied this. I'm not going to use fucking any of this. All right. Binding name equals title. Lookup name equals title. Type equals purple request page. Lookup name equals page from Pidgin request page. Okay. Yeah, we are going to put a box in here. We don't need to give an ID. Property name equals orientation. Vertical. Name equals V expand. True. Property name equals V fill or V align. Fill. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just start with this. This is dumb, stupid, dumb, simple. That's the point. Request page. Make sure that works. Looks like it's going to be fine. These all separate out, right? Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to put the task in there. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm not sure how this is all gonna work, but we'll see. Yeah. GTK widget star widget equals null. Yeah, so we set up callbacks to the button. Yeah, I'm not sure how we're actually going to do this yet. This is really dumb. I missed her. Ooh, still didn't get it. Oh, we did get it. Yep. Hi. You're so sleepy. You can't see him, but there's a cat here. Yeah, that's my water bottle. Shit, it's 3:30. Look at all them treats you got over there. You haven't eaten them yet. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Go get them. Those are not for you, mister. These are my candy dish. Oop, sorry. I suppose the request page could have like a no. Like, intrinsically, this thing is async and stuff. The fun part is we've got to grab the UI, or the application, which we are not doing yet anywhere that I can think of. What? What are you looking for? Oh, more scratchies. Yeah. Oh, did we put the no, we did not put the application in the UI. But we can get to the we can get to the UI from the application, but not the other way around. That's fine. Yeah, it's a little clunky, but it's okay. Uh, so in Pidgin application, we have a bunch of stuff to... Oh, actually, I don't think we exposed that, did we? We did not. We have a helper in here to, like, you know, present transient window. Alright, I guess we're probably going to expose that. Right now, I'm not too worried about that, but we should come back and fix that. Well, right now, we're just going to say GTK widget, show widget. Okay. So this obviously isn't going to work because we don't have the rest of that stuff, but I am realizing how freaking tired I am. Oh, and I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Go figure. I started at like 10. Doesn't matter how many hours I sleep on the couch, it's still 3:30 in the morning. I don't know much of anybody that's on right now. You ain't any of your treats yet. What gifts? We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go raid Sergeant Pepper once I can find him. There he is. He's doing rough stuff, which that's okay. Won't hold it against him. But yeah, we're gonna get out of here. I may or may not be back on this weekend. I don't know. I got a busy weekend ahead of me, so we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, if you don't want to join the raid, you can go ahead and hit cancel of the chat. Oh, he's be right back right now too, but that's fine. I don't see a YouTube here, so YouTube. There's the link to where we're going. Oh, I'm not following him somehow. All right, well, whatever. But anyways, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. So if you're interested, you can follow me there if you're on the Fediverse somewhere. Also, you can feel free to join us on the official Pidgin Zulip server. As I mentioned earlier, Zulip is an open source chat network, kind of like XMPP, but not. We're building a protocol plugin for it and stuff. You saw us do some of that earlier tonight and all that too. So, but yeah, all right. But thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time, adios.